Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain arrived at Baker Street precisely as the clock struck 4, tiptoeing across the rooftops with the discretion of a well-trained servant before announcing itself properly against the windows of 221B. Inside, the sitting room had arranged itself into a tableau of late October contentment, the fire crackling with self-satisfaction in the grate. The gaslight turned low enough to suggest evening, though afternoon still clung to the world outside, and the faint, persistent aroma of Mrs. Hudson's seed cake rising through the floorboards like an edible ghost. Sherlock Holmes occupied his preferred chair with the particular stillness of a man whose mind was, for once, not racing ahead of his body. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes half-lidded as he watched the flames perform their ancient, mesmerising dance. The day had been, by his exacting standards, unremarkable. No clients had darkened their door, no telegrams had arrived bearing cryptic summons, and even the newspapers had offered nothing more sensational than the usual litany of parliamentary bickering and society weddings. Watson sat across from him, the lancet open upon his knee, though his attention had drifted from an article on new surgical techniques to the more immediate pleasure of watching the rain trace erratic paths down the window pane. The teapot stood between them on the small table, steam curling from its spout in lazy spirals that seemed in no hurry to dissipate into the warm air of the room. "More tea?" Watson offered, reaching for the pot. Holmes replied, which Watson had long since learned to interpret as assent when accompanied by the slight forward tilt of an empty cup. The liquid poured with a sound like distant conversation, filling the silence that had settled over them, not an uncomfortable silence, but the variety that exists between two people who have shared enough words over the years to occasionally rest from them. Watson added milk to his own cup, the white swirl disappearing into amber like a secret being absorbed into something larger than itself. It was in this moment of perfect, unremarkable domestic peace that Holmes's gaze shifted. The movement was minute, merely a narrowing of the eyes, a slight adjustment of focus from the middle distance to something more specific. Watson, who had become practiced in reading his friend's subtlest signals, felt a small stirring of curiosity but said nothing. Holmes had a habit of noticing things that others overlooked, finding significance in details that the rest of humanity had collectively agreed to ignore. "Watson," Holmes said after a moment, his voice carrying that particular tone of mild perplexity that usually preceded an observation about coal ash or tobacco varieties. "When did that frame become crooked?" Watson followed his friend's line of sight to the wall above the mantelpiece, where a modest watercolour of the Sussex Downs hung in a simple frame. It had been there so long that it had achieved the status of invisible permanence, the sort of thing one's eyes passed over without truly seeing. "Crooked?" Watson squinted at it. "Looks perfectly straight to me." "The left side is approximately 1 degree lower than the right," Holmes replied, rising from his chair with the fluid grace of a cat who has spotted something worth investigating. "I am certain it was level this morning." "Perhaps Mrs. Hudson dusted," Watson suggested, though he knew even as he spoke that their long-suffering landlady approached the mantelpiece with the reverence usually reserved for religious altars, having long since learned that any disturbance of Holmes's carefully arranged chaos could result in cryptic complaints about the precise positioning of his pipes. Holmes crossed to the mantelpiece in 3 long strides, his dressing gown, a deep burgundy affair that made him look vaguely ecclesiastical in the firelight, swirling behind him. He stood before the painting, his head tilted at an angle that precisely mirrored the frame's alleged tilt, as if attempting to achieve some sort of geometric sympathy with it. "No," he murmured, more to himself than to Watson. "No, she would not have touched it. She knows better." The room held its breath. Outside, the rain intensified its efforts against the windows, and somewhere in the street below a hansom cab clattered past, its wheels throwing up spray that hissed against the cobblestones. The gaslight flickered once, twice, casting Holmes's shadow large and wavering against the wall. Watson set down his teacup and rose, drawn by the peculiar intensity that had settled over his friend. Holmes was reaching up now, his fingers approaching the frame with the delicacy of a surgeon preparing to make the first incision. "It's hardly a matter of national importance," Watson observed, though without any real conviction. He had seen Holmes dedicate similar focus to cigarette ash and bootlace knots, and those observations had more than once unravelled mysteries that Scotland Yard had declared insoluble. "Nothing is beneath notice," Holmes replied, a maxim he had repeated so often over the years that Watson could have recited it in unison with him. "The universe is written in detail, my dear Watson. We merely lack the patience to read them." His fingers closed on the frame's lower edge, and he lifted gently, intending to restore it to its proper alignment. The frame resisted. Not dramatically, there was no grinding of hidden mechanisms or ominous creaking of ancient wood, but there was a definite sense of reluctance, as if the painting preferred its new, tilted perspective on the world. Holmes paused, his eyes narrowing further. Watson could almost hear the machinery of his friend's mind engaging, wheels turning within wheels as hypotheses formed and were discarded in rapid succession. "Interesting," Holmes breathed, and there was a note in his voice that Watson recognised, the quiet satisfaction of a hunter who had stumbled upon unexpected tracks in familiar territory. "What is it?" Watson moved closer, peering at the frame as if it might reveal secrets through proximity alone. "The frame is catching on something," Holmes said, applying slightly more pressure. "There is an obstruction behind it, preventing it from lying flat against the wall." "Perhaps the nail has worked loose," Watson suggested practically, "or the plaster has crumbled a bit. This building is hardly new." Holmes replied again, but this time the sound carried a different quality. Not agreement, but acknowledgement that Watson had spoken while Holmes's attention remained elsewhere. The detective's fingers moved along the frame's edge, probing with the methodical precision of a safecracker testing tumblers. The fire popped suddenly, sending a shower of sparks against the grate's guard, and the sound seemed overloud in the focused quiet of the room. Then, with a small click that seemed to echo far beyond its actual volume, something gave way. The painting swung forward on its hanging wire, revealing not the expected expanse of wallpaper, but a small section of wooden panelling, perhaps 6 inches square, that sat proud of the wall by the width of a penny. The wood was old, darker than the surrounding wall, and bore the patina of decades undisturbed. Watson felt his breath catch. "Good Lord, is that—" "A hidden panel," Holmes finished, his voice carrying a satisfaction that was almost musical. "Or more precisely, a concealed compartment that has remained undetected for quite some time, judging by the dust accumulation along its edges." He reached for the panel, then paused, withdrawing his hand and instead producing his pocket lens from the depths of his dressing gown. For a long moment he examined the wood without touching it, his face so close that his breath disturbed the thin layer of dust that coated its surface. "No one has opened this in years," he murmured. "Decades, perhaps. See here, Watson. The dust is undisturbed save for where the frame has recently pressed against it, and these minute scratches along the edge suggest it was designed to be opened, not accidentally discovered." Watson leaned in, though he knew his eyes would never catch the subtleties that Holmes's lens revealed. The panel did indeed look ancient, its wood grain dark with age and what might have been soot from countless fires. The wallpaper that surrounded it, a pattern of subtle stripes that had seemed monotonous in its uniformity, appeared to have been carefully applied around the panel's edges, suggesting that whoever had papered the room had known the compartment was there. "Shall we?" Holmes asked, though the question was clearly rhetorical. His fingers were already moving toward the panel's edge, finding purchase in a small groove that Watson would never have noticed on his own. The panel resisted at first, held fast by years of paint and dust and the general conspiracy of time to keep secrets buried. Then, with a sound like an old man sighing, it swung inward on hidden hinges, revealing a shallow cavity in the wall behind. The compartment was perhaps 4 inches deep, carved directly into the plaster and brick. Within it, illuminated by the gaslight's amber glow, lay a single object, a piece of paper, folded once and then again, yellowed with age and bearing the peculiar fragility of something that has survived longer than anyone expected it to. Holmes reached in with the reverence usually reserved for archaeological finds, lifting the paper with 2 fingers and withdrawing it into the light. The fold marks were deep, pressed into permanence by years of waiting. Small spots of foxing dotted its surface like ancient freckles, and the edges had that soft, almost furry quality that old paper acquires when it has spent too long contemplating its own obsolescence. "What does it say?" Watson asked, unable to keep the eagerness from his voice. Holmes moved to the window where the failing afternoon light was strongest and carefully, so carefully, unfolded the paper. The creases resisted, threatening to tear, but his fingers were patient and the paper eventually yielded, spreading itself flat to reveal lines of writing in faded brown ink. The handwriting was elegant but hurried, the script of someone educated but pressed for time or perhaps by emotion. Holmes held it up to catch the light, his eyes moving across the lines with the speed of long practice. "It is addressed," he said slowly, "to whomever next inhabits these rooms, dated March of 1868. 27 years ago," Watson calculated quickly, "before you took these lodgings. Indeed, before Mrs. Hudson even owned the building, I believe." Holmes moved back to his chair, settling into it with the paper held carefully before him. "It appears to be from the previous tenant, a Mr. Edwin Blackwood, if this signature is to be trusted." Watson resumed his own seat, his tea forgotten and cooling. Outside, the rain had settled into a steady rhythm, and the street below had emptied of all but the most determined travellers. The room seemed to draw in upon itself, becoming smaller and more intimate, as if the walls themselves were leaning closer to listen. "What did he write?" Watson prompted when Holmes fell silent reading. Holmes looked up, and there was something in his expression that Watson could not quite identify. A mixture of curiosity and sympathy, perhaps, or recognition of a kindred spirit across the gulf of years. "He writes," Holmes began, his voice taking on the measured cadence he used when presenting evidence, "to the stranger who finds this, I leave you not treasure but truth. What I have hidden here concerns not gold but guilt, not jewels but justice long delayed. If you have the courage to pursue what I could not, look deeper into this building's bones, but know that some secrets, once unearthed, cannot be reburied." The fire crackled. The clock ticked. The rain whispered against the windows. Watson stared at his friend. Good heavens! Holmes refolded the paper with infinite care, his movements slow and deliberate. When he looked up, his eyes held that particular gleam that Watson had learned meant sleepless nights ahead, countless hours of investigation, and the relentless pursuit of answers that most men would be content to leave buried. "Indeed," Holmes said softly, "it would seem, Watson, that 221B Baker Street has decided, after all these years, to share one of its secrets." And outside, as if in answer, the rain intensified, drumming against the roof with the insistence of the past demanding to be heard. The note lay on the table between them like an uninvited guest who had nonetheless made themselves quite comfortable. Holmes had placed it there with the reverence one might afford a butterfly wing or a particularly significant clue, and now both men regarded it in the flickering gaslight as the evening pressed itself more insistently against the windows of 221B. Watson had relit his pipe, a small ritual of comfort when confronted with the unusual, and the sweet smoke curled upward to join the general haze that perpetually inhabited the upper regions of their sitting-room. Holmes, for his part, had retrieved his magnifying glass and was conducting what appeared to be his third examination of the paper's surface, peering at it with the intensity of a scholar attempting to decipher hieroglyphics by candlelight in some distant tomb. "The ink is oak gall," Holmes murmured, more to himself than to Watson. "Common enough in the 1860s, though already being supplanted by aniline dyes by the time this was written. The paper is of good quality, not the sort a clerk or tradesman would use for ordinary correspondence, but neither is it the heavy linen stock favoured by the aristocracy." "So our Mr. Blackwood was neither poor nor excessively wealthy," Watson observed, drawing on his pipe. "A reasonable middle station, yes. Professional class, most likely. The handwriting suggests education. Note the confident strokes, the slight flourish on the capital letters. This is a man who was taught proper penmanship and took pride in it, though he wrote this particular missive in some haste." Holmes indicated a spot where the ink had blotted slightly. "See here." His hand trembled, either from cold, from age, or from emotion. The rain had settled into the steady, patient rhythm that suggested it planned to continue through the night, and possibly into the next week. London rain possessed that quality of timelessness, as if it had been falling since the city's founding and would continue long after its eventual decline. The sound against the windows created a sort of auditory curtain, separating the room from the world beyond and making the space feel even more intimate, more like a ship at sea than rooms in the heart of a teeming metropolis. Watson rose and moved to the window, looking down at Baker Street below. The street lamps had been lit, their gas flames creating pools of amber light that the rain sliced through in silver streaks. A constable walked past, his cape dark with water, and a four-wheeler splashed through a puddle that had collected where the cobblestones dipped near the corner. The everyday machinery of London continued its operations, oblivious to the small mystery unfolding in the rooms above. "What do you suppose he meant by, 'this building's bones'?" Watson asked, turning back to Holmes. "Do you think there's something else hidden in these walls?" Holmes set down his lens and leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in his characteristic pose of contemplation. The firelight painted shadows across his aquiline features, making him look rather like a Gothic painting of a medieval alchemist pondering the secrets of base metals. "The phrase is deliberately ambiguous," he replied. "It could be literal, something concealed within the actual structure of the building. Or it could be metaphorical, some dark history associated with 221B itself. Without more information, we are merely speculating, and speculation, as you know, is a poor substitute for data." "Then we need more data," Watson said practically. "Where do we begin?" A smile played at the corners of Holmes's mouth, the expression of a chess player who has just seen an interesting opening present itself. "We begin, as all good investigations must, with the victim, or in this case with the author of our mysterious note, Edwin Blackwood, resident of these rooms in March of 1868. We must learn who he was, what he did, and why he felt compelled to leave a message for whoever might follow him." "Mrs. Hudson might know something," Watson suggested. "How long has she owned the building?" "Since 1878, I believe. She would have acquired it a full decade after Blackwood wrote his note. But she might have records from the previous owner, or at least some knowledge of the building's history." Holmes rose with sudden energy. The lethargy of the afternoon completely evaporated. "However, it is now past 6 o'clock, and our landlady will be occupied with her evening meal. We shall speak with her in the morning." He moved to the mantelpiece where the painting still hung askew, the hidden panel gaping open behind it like a small dark mouth. For a long moment he simply stood there, one hand resting on the wooden shelf, his eyes fixed on the cavity in the wall. "Strange," he murmured, "to think that this has been here all along. How many times have we sat in these rooms, Watson? How many cases have we discussed? How many theories debated? How many pipes smoked? All while this little secret waited patiently behind that frame." There was something almost melancholy in his tone, a quality that Watson recognised but rarely heard. Holmes was not a man given to sentiment, yet he possessed a certain appreciation for the poetic aspects of their work, the way mysteries connected past and present, the manner in which long-buried truths had surfacing when least expected. "Every building in London holds secrets," Watson offered. "This city is layered with them, like sedimentary rock. Each generation leaves its mark, its mysteries, its ghosts." "Quite so. And we, in our turn, are merely the latest tenants, adding our own layer to the accumulation." Holmes reached up and carefully closed the panel, pressing it flush against the wall. It seated itself with a soft click, disappearing once more into anonymity. He then adjusted the painting, levelling it with precise care. There, as it was, before curiosity and a crooked frame revealed what was meant to remain hidden. Watson watched this small ritual with interest. "Are you having second thoughts? Shall we simply leave Mr. Blackwood's message unread, return it to its hiding place?" "No," Holmes said, with more firmness than Watson had expected. "No, I think not. He wrote it to be found, after all. To whomever next inhabits these rooms, that would be us. He has, in a sense, reached across nearly 3 decades to hand us this puzzle. It would be rather rude to refuse it." He returned to his chair and retrieved the note, holding it up to the light once more. The paper was so thin that the gaslight shone through it, revealing the watermark, a faint image of a crown above the letters J.W. "John Whiting," Holmes said, catching Watson's questioning glance. "A paper manufacturer in Suffolk. They specialised in quality stationery for professional use. Lawyers, doctors, scholars. The business closed in 1875, I believe, unable to compete with the cheaper German imports that were flooding the market. Watson had long since ceased to be surprised by the breadth of Holmes's knowledge, which seemed to encompass everything from the most abstruse chemical formulas to the commercial histories of defunct paper manufacturers. He merely nodded and waited for his friend to continue. Our Mr. Blackwood, then, was likely a professional man who purchased quality paper for his correspondence and record-keeping. The question is, what profession? Holmes turned the note over, examining the blank reverse side with equal intensity. And more importantly, what drove him to hide this message? What guilt? What is the matter of justice? The clock on the mantel chimed the half-hour, its clear notes cutting through the sound of the rain. 6:30 on an October evening in London, the hour when the city began its transformation from its daytime self to its nocturnal incarnation. In the streets below, the theatres would be preparing for the evening's performances, the restaurants filling with early diners, the music halls tuning their instruments. But here, in the rooms at 221B, time seemed to have paused, holding its breath while the past pressed its case for attention. Holmes rose again and moved to the bookshelf that lined one wall, his fingers trailing across the spines until he found what he sought, a thick, leather-bound volume that proved to be a London directory from 1868. He returned to his chair and began paging through it, the old paper crackling softly. If Blackwood was a professional man living at this address, he murmured, he may well be listed here. Baker Street was already respectable by the 1860s, the sort of location where a doctor or lawyer might maintain lodgings. Watson came to stand behind Holmes's chair, looking over his shoulder as his friend's long fingers traced down columns of names and addresses. The directory was organised by street, each entry noting the resident's name and occupation when known. There were bakers and solicitors, widows and merchants, the human tapestry of Victorian London reduced to orderly lists in fading ink. "Here," Holmes said suddenly, his finger stopping on a line. "Baker Street, number 221B, Blackwood, Edwin, antiquarian." An antiquarian, Watson repeated, turning the word over in his mind. A dealer in old books and manuscripts? Possibly, or a scholar of ancient history and artifacts. The term covers a multitude of occupations, all centred around the study and trade of things from the past. Holmes closed the directory with a soft thump. An appropriate profession for a man who would leave a message hidden in a wall, don't you think? Someone intimately familiar with the notion that the past never truly dies, that it merely waits to be rediscovered. He set the directory aside and picked up the note once more, reading aloud the words that had begun to take on the quality of an incantation through repetition. Not treasure, but truth. Not gold, but guilt. Not jewels, but justice long delayed. The parallel construction is deliberate, almost poetic. This is not a man dashing off a hasty warning. He crafted these words with care despite his trembling hand. What could an antiquarian have done that required justice? Watson mused. Sold a forgery? Stolen an artifact? Perhaps. Or perhaps he acquired something through legitimate means, but later learned it had a dark history. Antiquarians of that era often dealt with items of dubious provenance, objects looted from tombs, manuscripts stolen from libraries, treasures acquired from impoverished aristocrats who didn't fully understand what they were selling. Holmes's voice took on that distant quality it acquired when he was thinking several steps ahead. The Victorian appetite for antiquities was voracious, Watson. Every gentleman's library was expected to house a few curiosities, preferably with dramatic histories attached. Few questions were asked about where these items originated. Outside, a gust of wind threw rain against the window with renewed vigour, making both men glance toward the sound. The weather seemed to be intensifying, as if nature itself was leaning into the mystery, adding its own atmosphere to the proceedings. Holmes stood and moved to the window, looking out at the streaming darkness. Tomorrow we shall visit Mrs. Hudson and see what she knows of the building's history. And then, I think, a trip to Somerset House to examine any records that might exist regarding our Mr. Blackwood. Death certificates, property transfers, anything that might illuminate who he was and what became of him. "You think he's dead then?" Watson asked. "He wrote this note 27 years ago, Watson. He would be elderly by now at the very least, and the tone of the message suggests a man preparing for the end of something, whether his life, his time in these rooms, or his ability to act on whatever knowledge burdened him." Holmes turned from the window, his face half in shadow. But alive or dead, he has left us a puzzle. And you know my feelings about unsolved puzzles. Watson did indeed know. He had watched Holmes pursue solutions with a tenacity that bordered on obsession, and had seen him go days without sleep when a particularly knotty problem presented itself. The note from Edwin Blackwood would not be filed away and forgotten. It would haunt Holmes until he had unravelled whatever mystery it concealed. The detective returned to his chair and took up his violin from where it leaned against the side table. He did not play, merely held it, his fingers absently finding positions on the neck while his mind worked through the problem. This was a familiar sight to Watson. Holmes using the physical connection to the instrument as a sort of anchor, while his thoughts ranged far afield. An antiquarian named Blackwood, Holmes said softly almost to himself, living in these rooms in 1868, writing of guilt and justice. What did you find, Mr. Blackwood? What burden did you carry that required you to hide your confession in a wall? The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and Watson added another log, watching sparks spiral upward like small golden birds attempting escape. The new wood caught quickly, sending fresh light and warmth into the room. "We should have dinner," Watson said practically, though he knew Holmes would likely forget to eat, lost as he was in the new puzzle. "Mrs. Hudson will have something prepared." Holmes replied. The sound Watson had learned meant his friend was only partially present, his attention elsewhere. Watson smiled slightly and moved to ring for their landlady. The note could wait until morning. The mystery, whatever it proved to be, had already waited 27 years. Another few hours would make little difference. But as he pulled the bell cord, Watson found himself glancing back at the mantelpiece, at the painting that now hung perfectly straight, concealing once more the little cavity that had held its secret for so long, and he wondered, not for the first time, what other mysteries the walls of 221B might contain, what other messages might be waiting in the building's bones for someone curious enough to look. Outside, the rain continued its ancient song, and London settled into the deep blue of evening, holding close its countless secrets. Morning arrived at Baker Street with the hesitant quality of a guest uncertain of their welcome. The rain had finally exhausted itself sometime in the small hours, leaving behind a city washed clean and gleaming, the cobblestones reflecting the pale sky like mirrors laid flat upon the earth. The air carried that peculiar freshness that follows a thorough soaking, mingled with the ever-present undertones of coal smoke and horse traffic that formed London's signature perfume. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed and standing at the window, teacup in hand, watching the street below with the focused attention of a naturalist observing a particularly interesting species in its habitat. The detective had eschewed his dressing gown for proper attire, dark trousers, waistcoat and jacket, which suggested he intended to venture forth into the world rather than spend the day in contemplative recline. "You've been up for some time," Watson observed, not bothering to phrase it as a question. The teapot on the table was nearly empty, and Holmes had that particular air of coiled energy that indicated hours of wakeful thought. "Since 5, Holmes confirmed, not turning from the window. "I have been considering the problem of Edwin Blackwood and his hidden message. There are several avenues of inquiry open to us, and I have been attempting to determine which might prove most fruitful." Watson rose and poured himself the dregs of the tea, finding it lukewarm but serviceable. "You've made a list, I presume?" "Mental only. Lists on paper have a tendency to calcify one's thinking, to make the written steps seem inevitable when in fact investigation must remain fluid, adaptable." Holmes finally turned from the window, his grey eyes bright with purpose. "However, our first step is clear. We must speak with Mrs. Hudson." Their landlady, when summoned, arrived bearing fresh tea and a knowing expression. Mrs. Hudson had managed 221B Baker Street for enough years to have developed an almost supernatural ability to sense when her tenants were embarking on one of their investigations. She set the tray down with the careful precision of someone who had learned not to disturb whatever peculiar arrangements of evidence might be occupying the table. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, folding, her hands before her. "I understand you've discovered something interesting in the wall." Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Your powers of observation rival my own, Mrs. Hudson. How did you deduce that?" A small smile played at the corners of her mouth. "The painting above the mantelpiece has been moved. I dust this room every Tuesday and Thursday, gentlemen, and I know the position of every item in it. When a frame that has hung in the same spot for 7 years is suddenly askew, I notice. 7 years, Holmes repeated. So the painting was here when I took these lodgings? It was here when I purchased the building, Mr. Holmes. The previous owner, Mr. Carlyle, sold me the property, said it was too much trouble to clear everything out and would I like to keep what was useful and dispose of the rest. Mrs. Hudson settled into the chair Watson had vacated, accepting the implicit invitation to join the discussion. I kept most of it. Good solid furniture and waste not, want not, as my mother used to say. Watson poured tea for their landlady, a small gesture of hospitality that seemed appropriate given they were, in essence, interviewing her about her own property. She accepted the cup with a nod of thanks. "What can you tell us about Mr. Carlyle?" Holmes asked, leaning forward slightly. "How long had he owned 221B? Mrs. Hudson considered, her eyes taking on the distant quality of someone consulting memory's archives. "He purchased it in 1870, I believe. Maybe 71. He was a financier of some sort. Always very well dressed, very proper. He lived elsewhere, in Belgravia, and maintained this as an investment property. Not uncommon in those days, respectable gentlemen buying up buildings in decent neighbourhoods and letting them out." "And before Carlyle," Holmes pressed, "do you know who owned the building in the 1860s? "That would have been old Mrs. Weatherby," Mrs. Hudson said with more certainty. "A widow lady. Her husband had been in trade, imports from India, I was told, tea and spices and such. When he died, she kept the building but let out most of the rooms. I needed the income, I suppose, though she was said to be quite comfortable." Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson, who recognised the small spark of satisfaction in his friend's eyes. They were establishing a chain, tracing the building's ownership backward through time toward the year 1868, when Edwin Blackwood had concealed his message. "This Mrs. Weatherby," Holmes continued, "would she have been the landlady when a Mr. Blackwood resided here, an antiquarian, according to the 1868 directory?" Mrs. Hudson's face brightened with recognition. "Blackwood? Yes, I've heard that name. Mr. Carlyle mentioned him once when he was showing me through the building before the sale. Said these rooms had been occupied by a scholar, a collector of old things, books and such." "Did Carlyle say anything else about him?" Watson interjected. "How long he'd lived here, or what became of him?" "Only that he'd left rather suddenly sometime in the late 60s, packed up his things and departed, leaving behind only the furniture and the bits and pieces he couldn't or wouldn't take." Mrs. Hudson sipped her tea thoughtfully. "Mr. Carlyle said he'd tried to track him down, to settle some matter of unpaid rent, but never found him. It was as if the man had simply vanished." The room fell quiet, save for the ticking of the clock and the distant sounds of Baker Street waking fully to the day. A milk cart rattled past outside, and somewhere a door slammed, the ordinary percussion of London life continuing regardless of mysteries buried in walls. Holmes rose and began to pace, a sure sign that his mind was processing information at speed. "So we have a man, Edwin Blackwood, who lived in these rooms until approximately 1868, when he departed suddenly, leaving behind a cryptic note hidden in the wall. He was an antiquarian, a dealer in or scholar of old objects, and he vanished so completely that even a determined creditor could not locate him." "Perhaps he died," Watson suggested. "That would explain both his sudden departure and the difficulty in finding him." "Possible, though one would think death would be easier to trace than disappearance. Death certificates, burial records, obituaries. Mortality leaves a paper trail." Holmes paused in his pacing. "Mrs. Hudson, you mentioned furniture and bits and pieces left behind. Do any of Mr. Blackwood's possessions remain in the building?" Their landlady shook her head regretfully. "Not that I know of, Mr. Holmes. When Mr. Carlyle owned the building, he cleared out anything that wasn't being used and sold it or disposed of it. And I did the same when I took ownership. There might be something in the cellar storage, I suppose, though I can't imagine what." "Nevertheless, it would be worth examining," Holmes said. "Old papers, a ledger, a diary, any personal effects that might illuminate who Blackwood was and what troubled him." "You're welcome to look," Mrs. Hudson said, rising and setting down her cup. "The cellar is a bit dusty, mind you, and rather cluttered. I keep meaning to have it properly sorted, but you know how these things are. Out of sight, out of mind." After their landlady departed, Holmes stood for a moment in contemplation, his fingers drumming against his thigh in an unconscious rhythm. "We shall examine the cellar this afternoon," he declared. "But first, I think a visit to Somerset House is in order. If Blackwood died in London, there will be a record of it." Somerset House, that grand edifice on the Strand that served as repository for the nation's vital records, was a 40-minute journey by hansom through streets that had fully awakened to Saturday's commercial bustle. The cab deposited them before the building's imposing facade, where pigeons congregated on the ledges like small feathered bureaucrats overseeing the comings and goings below. Inside, the building possessed that particular atmosphere of enforced quiet that characterizes institutions where important papers are kept. Their footsteps echoed on marble floors as they navigated corridors toward the General Register Office, where births, marriages, and deaths were recorded with the meticulous precision that Victorian administration demanded. The clerk who assisted them was a thin man with spectacles that magnified his eyes to an alarming degree, giving him the appearance of an intelligent but startled fish. He listened to Holmes's request with the patience of someone accustomed to dealing with genealogists and solicitors pursuing similar inquiries. Blackwood Edwin, he repeated, writing the name in a ledger. Death certificate, London area, approximate date 1868 to 1870. Precisely, Holmes confirmed, though we cannot be certain of the date. He may have lived longer, or indeed died elsewhere. The clerk nodded and disappeared into the depths of the registry, where row upon row of ledgers contained the recorded ends of London's inhabitants. Watson and Holmes waited in a small anteroom, seated on uncomfortable chairs that seemed designed to discourage prolonged visits. If Blackwood did die in London, Watson mused, and if his death was recorded, we should at least learn when and where, perhaps even the cause. Indeed, though I confess I am more interested in his life than his death, it is the living Blackwood who wrote that note, who carried his burden of guilt and spoke of justice long delayed. Holmes stared at the far wall without seeing it, his mind clearly elsewhere. What does an antiquarian do, Watson, that might require justice? What crimes are committed in dusty shops filled with old books and ancient artefacts? Forgery, Watson suggested. Selling counterfeit antiquities to unsuspecting collectors? Possible, though the tone of the note suggests something weightier than mere commercial fraud. Justice long delayed. That phrase implies something more serious, something with victims who waited in vain for redress. The clerk returned after 20 minutes, bearing a large ledger which he opened on the counter between them. "I've found 3 Edward Blackwoods who died in London between 1868 and 1875, he reported, though only one is listed with an occupation matching your description. Holmes leaned forward, his attention focused entirely on the page before him. Watson looked over his shoulder, reading the neat copperplate script that recorded a life's end with bureaucratic efficiency. Blackwood Edwin James, died 4th of November 1868, age 47 years, occupation, antiquarian and dealer in manuscripts, address at time of death, 221B, Baker Street, cause of death, pneumonia, informant, Mrs. Agnes Weatherby, landlady. Holmes's finger traced the entry, absorbing every detail. So he did die here, in our rooms, quite possibly in the very chair where I sat last night. Watson felt a small chill despite the warmth of the building. There was something unsettling about the notion that a man had died in the space they now inhabited, that his last breaths had been drawn in air they now breathed. November 1868, Holmes continued. He wrote the note in March of that year and died 8 months later. Time enough to have hoped someone might act on his message, but not enough time to see it through himself. Pneumonia, Watson said, reading the cause of death with a physician's eye. Not uncommon in London winters, particularly in someone already weakened by illness or age. 47 isn't terribly old, but if he was in poor health. Holmes asked the clerk to make a copy of the entry, which was provided with efficient dispatch. They emerged from Somerset House into afternoon light that had acquired the golden quality of autumn sun, slanting low across the Thames and painting the water in shades of amber and bronze. "So Blackwood died here," Watson said as they walked toward the Strand to find a cab. He hid his note knowing he was dying, hoping someone would eventually find it and act on whatever information it contained. But what information? The note itself reveals nothing concrete. Not yet, Holmes agreed. But we now know when he died and that he lived until November, 8 months after writing his message. We know he was an antiquarian dealing in manuscripts, and we know he considered himself in possession of knowledge relating to guilt and justice. He paused to light a cigarette, the smoke curling upward to join the general haze of London's respiration. The question now becomes, what manuscripts? What knowledge? and why did he feel unable to act on it himself? A hansom drew up at Holmes's gesture, and they climbed aboard for the return journey to Baker Street. As they clattered through the early afternoon traffic, Watson found himself studying his friend's profile, seeing the signs of deep engagement with the puzzle. Holmes had that particular expression he wore when a case began to coalesce, when disparate facts started to suggest patterns not yet fully visible. "We shall examine the cellar when we return," Holmes said, as much to himself as to Watson. "And then, I think, I must consult my indexes. If Blackwood dealt in manuscripts, particularly valuable or controversial ones, there may be some record of his transactions. The antiquarian trade is a small world, Watson. People talk, and I make it my business to listen." Baker Street welcomed them back with its familiar mixture of commerce and residence, the shops at ground level bustling with Saturday trade while the windows above maintained their more reserved aspect. Mrs. Hudson met them at the door, flour dusting her apron, and informed them she had opened the cellar for their inspection. The cellar proved to be exactly as promised: dusty, cluttered, and filled with the accumulated debris of decades. Old furniture hulked in shadows, broken chairs piled atop scarred tables, and boxes of uncertain provenance lined the walls. The air was thick with the scent of mould and old paper, underlying which lurked the faint mineral smell of the earth itself. Holmes lit a lamp and began a systematic search, moving through the space with methodical precision. Watson followed, peering into boxes and crates, finding mostly mundane items, old kitchen implements, moth-eaten linens, books too damaged to be worth keeping. Then, in a corner behind a broken wardrobe, Watson's hand found a small wooden box, roughly the size of a hat box but heavier. He pulled it into the lamplight. "Holmes," he said quietly. The detective turned, saw the box, and was at Watson's side in an instant. The box was locked, but the lock was old, and yielded to Holmes's picks within seconds. The lid opened with a creak of protesting hinges. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth that had kept them dry despite the cellar's dampness, were papers, dozens of them, covered in the same elegant handwriting they had seen on the hidden note. And on top of them all, as if placed there deliberately, lay a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with initials. E.J.B. Holmes lifted the journal with careful hands, his eyes meeting Watson's in the lamplight. "It would seem," he said softly, "that Mr. Blackwood has more to tell us after all." The journal lay open on the table between them like a window into another man's soul. Holmes and Watson had returned to their sitting room with the wooden box and its contents, and now, as afternoon light slanted through the windows of 221B, they found themselves reading the private thoughts of a man who had died in these very rooms 27 years prior. The leather cover had aged to a deep brown, its surface marked with the scars of handling, small scratches, a water stain along one edge that had long since dried to a pale ghost of itself, the slight depression where a thumb had rested countless times while opening the book. Holmes had insisted on washing his hands before touching it, a gesture of respect that Watson found oddly moving. "The first entry is dated January 3rd, 1865, Holmes said, his finger resting lightly on the page. 3 years before the note was hidden, he begins, "I have decided to keep this record not for posterity, but for clarity. The work I do requires a mind clear and organised, and I find that writing helps me untangle thoughts that might otherwise remain knotted." Watson had pulled his chair closer, reading over Holmes's shoulder. The handwriting was indeed the same they had seen on the wall note, elegant, educated, though here more relaxed, the script of a man writing for himself rather than for unknown future readers. There was something intimate about reading these private pages, something that felt almost intrusive, yet the mystery demanded it. Holmes turned the pages slowly, scanning the entries. Much of the early journal detailed the mundane aspects of Blackwood's work: visits to estate sales, assessments of manuscript collections, negotiations with collectors and institutions. The life of an antiquarian unfolded in careful prose, examining a medieval psalter for authenticity, cataloguing a deceased scholar's library, travelling to Cambridge to view a collection of Anglo-Saxon charters. He was meticulous, Watson observed. Every transaction recorded, every acquisition noted with its provenance. The mark of a careful scholar, Holmes agreed, or perhaps of a man who had learned the value of keeping precise records. The antiquarian trade in this era was rife with forgery and misattribution, Watson. A reputation once sullied was nearly impossible to restore. The entries progressed through 1865 and into 1866, painting a picture of a solitary but not unhappy life. Blackwood wrote of his rooms at Baker Street with evident affection. The quality of the morning light, the sounds of the street below, the satisfaction of organising his latest acquisitions on the shelves. There were references to Mrs. Weatherby, his landlady, whom he described as admirably incurious about her tenant's business, which is the highest virtue in one who manages lodgings. There were mentions of colleagues in the trade, clients both agreeable and difficult, and the occasional evening spent at his club discussing matters of scholarly interest. But as Holmes turned into the entries for late 1866, the tone began to shift. "Listen to this," Holmes said, finding a passage dated November 14th. "Today I was approached by a gentleman who gave his name as Mr. Ashford, though I suspect this was not his true identity. He inquired whether I might be interested in acquiring certain manuscripts of considerable age and significance. When I asked after their provenance, he became evasive, speaking only of a great house fallen on difficult times and a family reluctant to publicise their need to sell. I told him I could not consider purchasing without proper documentation. He left displeased, saying I was more scrupulous than the situation warranted." Watson frowned. So he was offered something of questionable origin, and refused it to his credit. Holmes continued reading. The next entry, dated 3 days later. "Mr. Ashford returned today, more persistent. He showed me a sample page from what he claims is a 13th century illuminated manuscript, possibly of Norman origin. The workmanship is extraordinary, if genuine, but I cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong. The parchment's age seems correct, the inks appear period appropriate, yet there is something. I have sent word to Professor Aldridge at Oxford, asking his opinion. I will not proceed until I'm certain." The room had grown quieter, the outside world fading as both men became absorbed in the unfolding story. Holmes turned more pages, his eyes scanning quickly now, looking for the thread that would lead them toward understanding. December entries showed Blackwood growing increasingly troubled. Professor Aldridge had examined the sample and pronounced it authentic, a fragment of what appeared to be a lost chronicle from the court of Henry III. But Blackwood's unease persisted. He wrote of sleepless nights, of checking and rechecking his references, of a growing conviction that something about the entire situation was wrong. Then, in January 1867, the mystery deepened. "I have made a terrible discovery," Holmes read aloud, his voice taking on the measured cadence of someone presenting evidence. "While researching the possible origins of the manuscript Mr. Ashford wishes to sell, I came across a reference in an obscure antiquarian journal from 1844. It describes a theft from Durham Cathedral Library, a 13th century chronicle that had been housed there since the dissolution. The description matches exactly what Mr. Ashford showed me. The chronicle was never recovered, and the matter was quietly suppressed to avoid scandal." Watson drew in his breath sharply. So the manuscript was stolen, 23 years before Blackwood was approached. Indeed, and here, the next entry. "I have confronted Mr. Ashford with my findings. He denied nothing, merely smiled and said that objects stolen so long ago have passed beyond the reach of justice, that the cathedral has surely forgotten its loss, and that I would be doing the scholarly world a service by helping return such a treasure to circulation. He offered me a substantial commission, 20% of the sale price, which he estimates might reach 500 or more. I told him I would consider it." Holmes paused, looking up at Watson. "And now we see the trap closing. A substantial sum for a man of modest means, offered in exchange for setting aside his scruples." The afternoon light had shifted, moving across the floor as the sun progressed on its ancient arc. The fire needed tending, but neither man moved to see to it, too caught up in the story emerging from Blackwood's journal. Outside, Baker Street continued its Saturday rhythms. Voices calling, wheels turning, the great machine of London operating with its usual indifferent efficiency. Holmes continued through the journal, and the entries showed Blackwood wrestling with his conscience. He wrote of his initial refusal, then of Ashford's return visits, each time with more pressure, more inducement. The promised commission rose to 30%. Ashford hinted at other manuscripts that might become available, suggesting a lucrative ongoing relationship. He implied that other antiquarians were not so particular, that if Blackwood would not facilitate the sale, someone else certainly would. February 12, 1867, Holmes read. I have done something I will regret. I have agreed to authenticate the manuscript for potential buyers, though I have insisted I will not purchase it myself, nor claim it is anything other than what it is, a stolen work that should, in a just world, be returned to Durham. Ashford agreed to these terms, saying that honesty about its origins might even enhance its appeal to certain collectors who value the romance of a rescued treasure. I am uneasy with this arrangement, but I tell myself I am at least ensuring the manuscript's authenticity is properly established. This is sophistry, I know. I am participating in the theft's continuation, even if I refuse direct profit. Watson shook his head slowly. He knew it was wrong, but he did it anyway. The human capacity for self-justification is remarkable, Holmes observed. Watch how the entries progress. Through the spring and summer of 1867, Blackwood's journal detailed his authentication of the manuscript. He examined it thoroughly, consulted with other scholars under pretenses, and ultimately produced a document certifying its origin and age. The manuscript sold in August to a private collector in Scotland for $600. Blackwood received his commission, $180, more money than he typically earned in 6 months of legitimate trade. But the entries that followed showed a man increasingly haunted by what he had done. September 20th, 1867, Holmes read, his voice softer now. I cannot sleep. The money sits in my account untouched. I tell myself I will donate it to charity, return it somehow, but I do nothing. I am a thief, or worse. I am the enabler of thieves, the one who makes their crimes respectable through the application of scholarly credentials. I think often of the monks who first created that manuscript, the centuries it was preserved and protected, the trust that was violated when it was stolen, and I, who should have been its champion, became its betrayer. The room had grown dim, the afternoon surrendering to early evening. Watson rose quietly and lit the gas lamps, their warm glow pushing back the shadows. Holmes remained bent over the journal, turning pages with infinite care. The entries through the autumn and winter of 1867 showed Blackwood's deteriorating state of mind. He withdrew from his professional activities, claiming illness. He avoided his club, shunned colleagues, and spent long hours alone in his rooms at Baker Street. His handwriting became less controlled, the lines wandering slightly across the page. Then, in March 1868, came the entry they had been seeking. March 10th, 1868, Holmes read, and Watson heard the note of discovery in his friend's voice. Mr. Ashford has returned, as I knew he would. He has another manuscript to sell, this one even more valuable, a collection of letters said to be written by Eleanor of Aquitaine. Again, he is evasive about provenance. Again, he wants my authentication, and again I know I should refuse. But he has reminded me of my previous cooperation, suggesting that certain parties might be interested to learn of my involvement in the earlier sale. I am trapped. I have become what I most despised, a corrupt scholar, a man who will set aside truth for profit. I cannot do this again. I must not. And yet, I fear I lack the courage to refuse. Holmes turned the page. The next entry was dated March 15th, and here Blackwood's handwriting showed clear signs of distress. Letters formed poorly, words crossed out and rewritten. I have done something desperate, Holmes read. I have hidden a note in the wall behind the painting in my sitting room, a message for whoever next occupies these rooms. In it, I have tried to explain, to warn, to somehow make amends for what I have done and what I fear I will continue to do. Perhaps someone will find it and have the strength I lack. Perhaps justice can still be served, even if I am too cowardly to serve it myself. Watson felt his chest tighten. The note they had found, the message that had begun this investigation, had been written by a man in the depths of a moral crisis, seeking redemption he could not achieve on his own. Holmes continued through the remaining entries. They showed Blackwood agreeing to authenticate the Eleanor letters, completing the work despite his self-loathing, receiving another payment that made him feel only shame. But they also showed something else, a plan forming, a final attempt at atonement. June 3rd, 1868, Holmes read. I have written to Durham Cathedral anonymously, informing them of the location of their stolen manuscript. I have provided the collector's name and address. I do not know if they will act on this information, but at least I have tried. It is a small thing, insufficient penance, but it is something. Did they act? Watson asked. Did Durham recover the manuscript? We shall have to investigate, Holmes replied. But listen to this final entry, dated October 30th, 1868, just days before his death. The handwriting here was shaky, clearly written by a man in illness. Holmes's voice was gentle as he read the words. I am dying. Dr. Pemberton tells me it is pneumonia, that my lungs are filling with fluid, that I have perhaps days remaining. I find I'm not afraid. Death seems almost a mercy, a release from the prison I have built for myself through my actions. I think of that note hidden in the wall, and I wonder if anyone will ever find it. I hope they do. I hope someone braver than myself will pursue the justice I failed to secure. I have tried, in these final months, to undo some of the damage I facilitated, but it is not enough. It will never be enough. I die as I lived in these last years, a failure of conscience, a man who knew better and did worse. May whoever reads this learn from my weakness and find in themselves the strength I lacked. Holmes closed the journal slowly, reverently, as if it were a sacred text rather than the confession of a flawed man. The room was very quiet. Even the sounds from the street seemed muted, respectful of the story that had just unfolded. So now we know, Watson said softly. The guilt that burdened him, the justice he sought but could not deliver. He authenticated stolen manuscripts, became complicit in their sale, and spent his remaining months trying to make amends. Holmes rose and moved to the window, looking out at Baker Street as evening settled over the city. The lamplighters were making their rounds, touching flames to wicks, creating pools of light against the gathering dark. He was not a villain, Watson, Holmes said quietly, merely a man who made poor choices and lacked the courage to unmake them. He compromised once, found himself trapped by that compromise, and spent the rest of his life regretting it. A common enough story, I suspect, though rarely documented so thoroughly. What do we do now? Watson asked. Holmes turned from the window, and in the lamplight Watson saw the determination on his friend's face. We finish what Edwin Blackwood started, Holmes said simply. We pursue the justice he sought but could not deliver. We find out what became of those manuscripts, and if they remain in the possession of those who should not have them, we see them returned to their rightful owners. Watson nodded slowly. It was what he had expected Holmes to say, what the entire investigation had been leading toward. Outside, the night deepened, and London prepared for sleep. But in the rooms at 221B Baker Street, two men sat planning how to right wrongs committed decades before, how to honour the failing efforts of a long-dead scholar who had tried, at the end, to be better than his choices had allowed. The journal lay closed on the table between them, its secrets revealed, its burden passed to new hands. Sunday morning arrived with the peculiar quietness that settled over London when the engines of commerce paused for the Sabbath. The city's usual clamour diminished to a murmur, church bells instead of factory whistles, footsteps of the pious instead of the clattering urgency of workday crowds. Even Baker Street seemed to breathe more slowly, allowing itself a rare moment of contemplation. Holmes had been awake most of the night, Watson knew, though his friend showed no signs of fatigue. When Watson emerged from his bedroom at 8 o'clock, he found Holmes already dressed, seated at the table with Blackwood's journal open before him, and several sheets of paper covered in his characteristic angular handwriting, arranged in neat rows. "You've been making notes," Watson observed, moving to pour himself tea from the pot that sat warming by the fire. "I have been reconstructing the timeline of Blackwood's involvement with the stolen manuscripts," Holmes replied without looking up. "There are 2 documented cases mentioned in the journal, the Durham Cathedral Chronicle sold in August 1867, and the Eleanor of Aquitaine letters authenticated in the spring of 1868. Both transactions were facilitated by the mysterious Mr. Ashford, who I strongly suspect was not working alone." Watson settled into his chair, cradling the warm cup between his hands. Outside, a church bell began to toll the hour, its bronze voice carrying across the rooftops with solemn authority. "You think there was an organised operation?" "I think it's highly probable. The antiquarian black market of the 1860s was extensive, Watson. Country houses falling into debt, church properties being sold or consolidated, private collections being dispersed, all creating opportunities for theft and illicit trade. A man like Ashford would have needed connections, thieves to acquire the items, scholars like Blackwood to authenticate them, and wealthy collectors willing to purchase goods with questionable provenance." Holmes rose and moved to the mantelpiece, where he had pinned a map of London alongside his notes. Red marks indicated locations: Durham in the north, Baker Street in the centre, and a notation for somewhere in Scotland. Blackwood mentioned writing anonymously to Durham Cathedral about their stolen chronicle, Watson said. Do we know if they received it? If they recovered the manuscript? That is one of several questions requiring investigation. Holmes tapped the map thoughtfully. The cathedral would have records, assuming they took action. But I am reluctant to approach them directly without more information. A letter from London claiming knowledge of a 27-year-old theft might be dismissed as the work of a crank. Then where do we begin? Holmes returned to the table and selected one of his sheets of notes. We begin with what Blackwood gave us. He named the collector who purchased the Durham Chronicle, a Mr. Malcolm Sinclair of Edinburgh. Whether Sinclair still possesses the manuscript, or indeed whether he still lives, we cannot know, but it is a thread we can pull. Watson watched as Holmes moved to his extensive filing system, a complex arrangement of boxes and envelopes that contained newspaper clippings, correspondence, and various memoranda collected over years of investigation. His long fingers moved through the contents with the certainty of a librarian navigating familiar shelves. I maintain indexes on various subjects, Holmes said, sensing Watson's curiosity, including notable collectors of antiquities. Let us see if Mr. Sinclair appears in my records. The search took 20 minutes, during which Watson occupied himself with breakfast, toast and marmalade that Mrs. Hudson had left on a tray, along with boiled eggs that had grown lukewarm but remained serviceable. The domestic normalcy of the meal felt oddly at variance with the nature of their investigation, but Watson had long since learned that detective work consisted largely of such contrasts. Moments of intense discovery interspersed with long periods of methodical research. Ah, Holmes said at last, emerging from his files with a folder. Malcolm Sinclair, Collector and Scholar, Edinburgh. He published several papers in the 1870s on medieval manuscripts, served on the board of the National Museum of Scotland, and was considered an authority on Norman period documents. Holmes scanned the contents of the folder. He died in 1889, and his collection was bequeathed to the University of Edinburgh with specific provisions that it remain intact and accessible to scholars. So the Durham Chronicle, if Sinclair indeed purchased it, would now be in a university collection, Watson said. Precisely, which means it is catalogued, described, and available for examination by any qualified researcher. Holmes set down the folder with evident satisfaction. This simplifies matters considerably. We need merely confirm that the manuscript in question matches the description of the item stolen from Durham, and then contact the cathedral with proof of its location. Watson considered this. But if the manuscript has been in a university collection for 6 years, surely Durham would have discovered it by now. Someone would have recognised it. Not necessarily. The cathedral's loss occurred in 1844, 45 years ago. The original theft may have been incompletely documented, or the documentation may have been lost or forgotten. Institutional memory is imperfect, Watson, particularly in matters that reflect poorly on the institution's security. Holmes began to pace, his movements quick and energetic. Moreover, Sinclair may have registered the manuscript under a vague or misleading description. A 13th-century Norman chronicle could describe dozens of documents. Without seeing the actual item, one might not recognise it as Durham's missing treasure. The church bells had fallen silent, leaving in their wake a quietness that seemed almost tangible. Watson could hear Mrs. Hudson moving about downstairs, the soft sounds of Sunday preparations. The smell of roasting meat drifted up. She would be preparing their midday meal, maintaining the rhythms of domesticity regardless of the mysteries unfolding above. "What of the Eleanor letters?" Watson asked. "Blackwood authenticated them in the spring of 1868, but I don't recall him naming the purchaser." Holmes returned to the journal, flipping through pages until he found the relevant entry. No, he does not name the buyer. He merely notes that the authentication was completed and payment received. However, he paused, reading more carefully. Here, in a later entry, he mentions that the letters have gone to a private collection in London to join others of their kind. A private collection, Watson, not a museum or university. Which makes them considerably harder to trace, Watson observed. Indeed, private collections are not catalogued publicly, and their owners are under no obligation to disclose their contents. Holmes set down the journal and steepled his fingers beneath his chin, assuming his familiar pose of deep thought. However, The letter market in medieval documents was relatively small in the 1860s and 70s. There were perhaps a dozen serious collectors in London who might have purchased such items. Some have since died, their collections dispersed. Others may still be active. Watson rose and moved to the window, looking down at Baker Street below. A family was walking past, dressed in Sunday best, the parents herding two small children toward whatever church claimed their devotion. The scene was perfectly ordinary, a tableau of respectable Victorian life, and Watson found himself thinking of Blackwood watching similar scenes from this same window, carrying his burden of guilt while the innocent world passed by below. "Holmes," Watson said slowly, "even if we locate these manuscripts and prove they were stolen, what then? The original thefts occurred decades ago. The thieves are likely dead or beyond reach. The current owners may have purchased in good faith, knowing nothing of the item's origins." Holmes was quiet for a moment, his grey eyes distant. "You raise valid points, Watson. The law in such matters is complex and often unsatisfying. A good faith purchaser has certain rights, even to stolen property, particularly after so much time has passed. We cannot simply demand the manuscripts be returned. Then what can we do?" "We can bring the truth to light," Holmes said simply. "We can inform Durham Cathedral and the other rightful owners that their property exists and where it may be found. We can provide them with evidence of the theft and authentication. What they choose to do with that information, whether to pursue legal remedy, negotiate for return, or simply update their records, becomes their decision, not ours." He rose and moved to stand beside Watson at the window. Blackwood sought justice, but justice takes many forms. Sometimes it is punishment for wrongdoing, sometimes it is restoration of what was lost, and sometimes, Watson, it is simply the acknowledgement of truth after years of concealment. We cannot undo what Blackwood did, nor can we fully repair the harm his actions facilitated. But we can honour his final attempt at atonement by completing the work he began. The words settled over the room like a benediction. Watson felt the rightness of it, the sense that they were engaged in something more than mere investigation. They were serving as executors of a dead man's conscience, carrying forward his incomplete redemption. "Very well," Watson said. "How do we proceed?" Holmes returned to the table and began sorting his notes into orderly piles. "First, we must verify that the Sinclair collection at the University of Edinburgh contains the Durham Chronicle. This will require correspondence with the university's librarian, requesting descriptions of their medieval manuscripts with particular attention to 13th century Norman documents. And if they confirm its presence, then we contact Durham Cathedral with our evidence, Blackwood's journal entries describing the theft and sale, the documented transaction with Sinclair, and the manuscript's current location. We provide them with everything they need to make their own assessment and decide their course of action." Watson nodded. "A letter to Edinburgh, then. Shall I draft it? If you would be so kind, make it. Make scholarly in tone. We are researchers investigating the provenance of certain medieval manuscripts for historical purposes. No mention of theft or impropriety, merely polite inquiry into the collection's contents." Holmes smiled slightly. "Your medical credentials will lend authority, Watson. Doctors asking about medieval manuscripts are eccentric but harmless. Former army surgeons are particularly trustworthy, I find." Watson moved to the writing desk and began composing the letter, while Holmes continued organising his research. The morning passed in companionable silence, broken only by the scratch of Watson's pen and the occasional rustle of papers as Holmes refined his notes. The fire burned low and was built up again. Tea was consumed and replenished. London continued its Sunday observances beyond their windows, oblivious to the small acts of historical justice being planned in the rooms at Baker Street. By noon, Watson had completed the letter, a carefully worded request for information about 13th century manuscripts in the Sinclair collection, with specific interest in Norman period chronicles. Holmes reviewed it, suggested minor revisions, and pronounced it satisfactory. "I shall post it tomorrow," Watson said. "How long do you think we might wait for a response?" "A week, perhaps 2. Academic institutions are not known for swift correspondence, particularly on Sunday inquiries from unknown doctors in London." Holmes stretched, his long frame unfolding from the chair. "Which gives us time to pursue our second line of investigation." "The Eleanor letters?" "Precisely. I have been considering how one might trace a private purchase of medieval correspondence in 1868. The buyer would have been wealthy, educated, and interested specifically in Eleanor of Aquitaine, a rather specialised taste. Watson considered this. Someone with an existing collection of medieval materials, presumably. One doesn't suddenly decide to purchase 12th century letters without some prior interest in the period. Agreed, and likely someone with connections to the academic community, or at least to the antiquarian trade. They would need to have heard about the letter's availability, which suggests they moved in circles where such information circulated. Holmes began pacing again, his movements betraying excitement. I believe I shall pay a visit to Sotheby's tomorrow. Their auction house has handled medieval manuscripts for decades, and their specialists have remarkable memories for significant sales and collections. Will they speak with you? Surely their client's privacy. Their client's privacy is sacrosanct, yes. But I'm not asking them to reveal purchasers' names, merely to discuss the general market for Eleanor of Aquitaine materials in the late 1860s. What might such letters have sold for? Who were the known collectors of that period? What institutions might have been interested? Holmes waved a hand dismissively. I have assisted Sotheby's with authentication questions in the past. They are favourably disposed toward me. Mrs. Hudson's voice called from below, announcing that their Sunday dinner was ready. The smell of roast beef and Yorkshire pudding filled the stairwell, and Watson realised he was quite hungry despite his earlier toast. They descended to find the dining table laid with Mrs. Hudson's usual competence. The roast perfectly brown, potatoes golden, and vegetables cooked to the precise point between crisp and soft. Their landlady served them with quiet satisfaction, asking no questions about the research that had occupied them all morning, though Watson suspected she knew they were deep in investigation of some kind. Over dinner, Holmes laid out his plan for the coming week. The letter to Edinburgh would be posted Monday morning. He would visit Sotheby's Monday afternoon to inquire about the Eleanor letters market. Meanwhile, Watson might make discreet inquiries among his medical colleagues about any who collected medieval manuscripts. Doctors, like lawyers and clergymen, often developed antiquarian interests. We are pursuing truth across decades, Watson, Holmes said as they finished their meal, threading together fragments of evidence following trails gone cold long before we were born. It is archaeology of a sort, excavating not earth but time itself. Watson raised his glass of claret. To archaeology, then, and to Edwin Blackwood, whose conscience speaks to us still across 27 years. Holmes touched his glass to Watson's. To Blackwood, he agreed quietly, may we prove worthy of his final trust. Outside, the afternoon sun broke through the morning's clouds, sending shafts of golden light through the window to illuminate the table where they sat. And upstairs, in the sitting room, Blackwood's journal rested in its box, its secrets revealed, its burden shared, waiting to see what justice might finally emerge from the darkness where it had hidden for so long. Monday arrived with the brisk efficiency of a city resuming its labours after the Sabbath's pause. The streets of London filled once more with the familiar percussion of commerce, wheels on cobblestones, vendors calling their wares, the great clockwork mechanism of Victorian enterprise winding itself up for another week of productive endeavour. Inside 221B Baker Street, however, the morning unfolded with a quieter, more contemplative quality. Watson had posted the letter to Edinburgh before breakfast, walking to the nearest post office through streets still damp from overnight rain. The letter had felt weighted with significance as he dropped it into the slot, though in truth it was merely paper and ink, words requesting information. Yet it represented something larger, the first concrete step toward the justice Edwin Blackwood had sought but failed to secure. Holmes, meanwhile, had been preparing for his visit to Sotheby's, which occupied him in a manner Watson found quietly amusing. His friend, who could face armed criminals with perfect equanimity, was fussing over his appearance like a debutante preparing for her first ball. The right waistcoat, the proper cravat, the jacket that suggested scholarly respectability rather than bohemian detectivism. Auction house specialists are particular about appearances, Holmes explained, adjusting his collar for the third time. They deal daily with objects of great value and beauty. They appreciate those who present themselves with similar care. You look perfectly respectable, Watson assured him. Rather like a don from Oxford, actually. Holmes glanced at the mirror and appeared satisfied. Precisely the effect I intended. Academic but not impoverished, serious but not pompous, curious but not predatory. He collected his gloves and walking stick. I should return by early afternoon. If anyone calls, take notes. I am particularly interested in any correspondence from Edinburgh, though I realise it's far too soon to expect a response." After Holmes's departure, Watson found himself alone with his thoughts, and with Blackwood's journal, which still lay on the table where they had left it. He had been reading through it again, more slowly this time, paying attention not to the dramatic revelations, but to the smaller details that illuminated the antiquarian's character. Blackwood had been a lonely man, Watson realised. The journal contained no mentions of family, few references to close friends. His world consisted of his work, his books, and the quiet routine of his days at Baker Street. There were entries about walks through the British Museum, afternoons spent cataloguing acquisitions, evenings reading by the fire, a solitary existence, but one that seemed to have suited him until his compromise with Ashford had poisoned it. Watson found himself thinking about the nature of conscience, about how a single decision could contaminate everything that followed. Blackwood's fall had not been dramatic. No violent crime, no sudden betrayal, merely the gradual erosion of principle, the small accommodations that accumulated until he no longer recognised the man he'd become. The human capacity for self-deception, Watson murmured to himself, recalling Holmes's earlier observation. It was true enough. People convinced themselves daily that small wrongs were justified, that circumstances excused compromise, that the ends validated the means. Blackwood had told himself he was merely authenticating manuscripts, that he was not technically purchasing stolen goods, that others would do the same if he refused, and perhaps all of that was true, but it had not saved him from the weight of his own judgment. The morning passed slowly. Watson attempted to read the newspaper, but found his attention wandering. He considered writing up some of Holmes's previous cases, but lacked the focus required. His mind kept returning to the man who had died in these rooms, who had looked out these same windows, during his final illness, who had known his time was ending and had tried imperfectly to make amends. Mrs. Hudson brought tea at 11, and with it, her own quiet curiosity about the investigation. "You've been reading that old journal quite intently, Dr. Watson," she observed, setting down the tray. "I hope you don't mind my saying, but it's given this old building a rather melancholy air, as if the walls themselves are remembering things they'd rather forget." Watson looked up, surprised by the poeticism of her observation. "Do you believe buildings remember, Mrs. Hudson? That they hold the echoes of those who lived in them?" She considered this seriously, her hands folded before her apron. "I think they do, in their way, not like people remember with thoughts and words. But there's a feeling to a place, isn't there? Some houses feel happy, full of light and laughter. Others feel sad, heavy with old sorrows. This building has seen both, I imagine, in its 100 years or more." "What does it feel like to you?" Watson asked, genuinely curious. Mrs. Hudson smiled. "Like a place that's seen a great deal and chosen to be kind about it. There's wisdom in these walls, Dr. Watson, and a certain patience, as if the building knows that all things pass, the good and the bad alike, and that human troubles are small things in the grand measure of time." She departed, leaving Watson with his tea and her unexpected philosophy. He found himself looking around the sitting room with new eyes, seeing it not just as a collection of furniture and possessions, but as a repository of human experience. How many people had occupied these rooms over the decades? How many lives had unfolded here, with their small triumphs and quiet failures, their moments of joy and periods of despair? Blackwood had been just one tenant among many, and Watson and Holmes would eventually be the same, temporary inhabitants of a space that would outlast them all. The thought was oddly comforting rather than unsettling. There was a continuity to it, a sense of connection across time that transcended individual mortality. Holmes returned shortly after 2 o'clock, and Watson could tell immediately from his expression that the visit to Sotheby's had been productive. His friend entered with the barely contained energy of someone who had acquired valuable information and was eager to share it. "Success?" Watson inquired, pouring fresh tea. "Partial success, which is often the best one can hope for in investigations of this nature." Holmes accepted the cup and settled into his chair with evident satisfaction. "I spoke with Mr. Thornbury, their senior specialist in medieval manuscripts. A knowledgeable man, Watson, and fortunately one with an excellent memory for the market of the 1860s and 70s. "Did he know of the Eleanor letters?" "Not specifically, but he provided valuable context." Holmes set down his cup and leaned forward, assuming his lecture posture, Letters attributed to Eleanor of Aquitaine, genuine or otherwise, were highly sought after in that period. Eleanor was a romantic figure, queen of both France and England, mother of Richard the Lionheart, patron of troubadours, and altogether the sort of historical personage that collectors find irresistible. Watson nodded. He knew the broad outlines of Eleanor's life, as did most educated Englishmen. She represented a fascinating period when women could wield genuine political power, when courts cultivated arts and poetry, when the medieval world was at its most culturally sophisticated. Thornbury confirmed that any letters bearing her name would have commanded substantial prices, Holmes continued, particularly if they were authenticated by a reputable scholar, which of course Blackwood's involvement would have ensured. The market for such items was concentrated among a relatively small group of collectors, wealthy individuals with specific interests in medieval history. Did he name any such collectors? Several, actually, but one name in particular caught my attention. Holmes paused for effect. Sir Charles Pemberton, Baronet, of Pemberton Hall in Hampshire. He was known as one of the foremost collectors of medieval correspondence in England during the 1860s and 70s. He purchased extensively at auction and through private sale, building a collection that was said to rival those of some museums. Watson felt a small jolt of recognition. Pemberton? Wasn't that the name of Blackwood's physician, the one mentioned in the journal entry about his final illness? Precisely so. Dr. William Pemberton treated Blackwood during his pneumonia, and Dr. William Pemberton was the younger brother of Sir Charles Pemberton, the collector. Holmes's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a man watching disparate facts align into pattern. The connection may be coincidental, of course. London is not so vast that such overlaps are impossible, but it raises interesting questions. You think Dr. Pemberton might have mentioned the letters to his brother, Watson suggested, perhaps even facilitated the sale? It is certainly possible. A physician attending a dying antiquarian, learning in the course of treatment about valuable manuscripts the man had recently authenticated. It would be natural enough to mention such things to a brother known to be interested in precisely that sort of material. Holmes rose and began to pace. Whether any impropriety occurred, we cannot know. Perhaps Sir Charles purchased the letters through entirely proper channels. Perhaps Dr. Pemberton knew nothing of the transaction. Or perhaps... He left the thought unfinished, but Watson understood the implication. Perhaps the Pemberton brothers had taken advantage of a dying man's knowledge, acquiring the Eleanor letters through means that were legally acceptable but morally questionable. Is Sir Charles Pemberton still alive? Watson asked. No, he died in 1883 and his estate passed to his son, the current baronet. However, Thornbury informed me that the Pemberton collection remained substantially intact, housed at Pemberton Hall and maintained as a private research library. Scholars may request access, though the family is reportedly selective about whom they admit. Watson considered this. Then the Eleanor letters, if Sir Charles did purchase them, would likely still be there, but proving they were stolen, proving anything improper about the transaction after all this time, would be exceedingly difficult, Holmes agreed. We have Blackwood's journal entries stating he authenticated the letters, that they were sold to a private London collection, and that he felt guilty about his involvement. We have the suspicious connection between the dying antiquarian and the collector's physician brother, but we have no direct evidence linking Sir Charles to the purchase, no documentation of the sale, no proof the letters were stolen in the first place. He returned to his chair, his energy momentarily deflated. Unlike the Durham Chronicle, which we can potentially trace through Sinclair's documented purchase and bequest to Edinburgh University, the Eleanor letters exist in evidentiary shadow. We suspect, but cannot prove. The room fell quiet. Outside, a cart rumbled past, and somewhere a dog barked with persistent enthusiasm at some unseen provocation. The ordinary sounds of London continuing its daily business, indifferent to the ethical complexities being debated in the rooms above. Holmes, Watson said slowly, even if we could prove everything, that the letters were stolen, that Sir Charles purchased them knowing their provenance, that his brother facilitated the transaction, what then? Everyone directly involved is dead. The current baronet inherited the collection in good faith. The original theft, if there was one, occurred God knows when and God knows where. Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. When he spoke, his voice carried a thoughtfulness Watson rarely heard. You raise the fundamental question, Watson, that has troubled me since we first read Blackwood's journal. What is justice in such circumstances? What can be done when the guilty are dead, the victims long since past caring, and the evidence scattered across decades like leaves in autumn wind? He rose and moved to the window, looking down at Baker Street with the abstracted gaze of someone seeing not what was before him, but what existed in thought. "I have spent my professional life pursuing justice," Holmes continued, "solving crimes, identifying culprits, ensuring that wrong is met with consequence. The satisfaction of my work lies in its clarity. A crime is committed, I discover the truth, and justice follows. Cause and effect, action and reaction, as clean and predictable as a chemical formula." "But this case is different," Watson observed. "This case is different," Holmes agreed. "Here we have crimes committed decades ago by people now dead. We have victims who may not even know they were victimized. We have current possessors of stolen property who acquired it legitimately, knowing nothing of its origins. The machinery of justice that functions so well in the present grinds to a halt when asked to operate across the gulf of years." Watson joined his friend at the window. The afternoon sun slanted across the street, illuminating the upper stories of the buildings opposite while leaving the street level in shadow. The effect created a sense of layering, of depths both visible and hidden. "What did Blackwood want from us?" Watson mused. "What did he hope would happen when someone finally found his note?" "That is the question I keep returning to," Holmes said. "He wrote of guilt and justice, urging whoever found the message to pursue what he could not. But pursuit to what end? The return of stolen property, the exposure of those who profited from theft, the simple acknowledgement of truth, however uncomfortable? Perhaps," Watson suggested, "he merely wanted the truth preserved, not necessarily acted upon but known, so that history might eventually record what actually occurred, rather than the sanitized version that benefits from the passage of time." Holmes turned to look at his friend, his expression thoughtful. "Truth for its own sake, rather than as prelude to justice. You may be right, Watson. Blackwood was a scholar after all. Scholars value truth as an absolute good, independent of what use might be made of it." "And we have achieved that," Watson pointed out. "We know the truth of what Blackwood did, how he was compromised, what guilt he carried. We know about the Durham Chronicle and can likely see it returned to its rightful owners. We know about the Eleanor letters and where they probably reside. The truth has been preserved, documented. Is that not sufficient?" Holmes was quiet for a long time, his gaze distant. When he finally spoke, there was a quality of resolution in his voice. "Perhaps it is. Perhaps justice, in cases such as this, consists not of punishment or restitution, but of bearing witness, of ensuring that what occurred is not forgotten, that those who made poor choices are not entirely absolved by the convenient grave, but neither are they condemned beyond what their own consciences already imposed." He moved back to the table and placed his hand on Blackwood's journal, the gesture almost tender. Edwin Blackwood compromised his principles and spent his final months in regret. He tried, imperfectly, to make amends, writing to Durham about their manuscript, hiding his confession for future discovery. He sought not escape from guilt, but acknowledgement of it. He wanted someone to know, to understand, to perhaps complete what he could not. "And we have done that," Watson said quietly. "We have known him, understood him, and we are completing his work where we can." "Yes." Holmes picked up the journal, weighing it in his hands. "I think we shall write a full account of this investigation, Watson. Not for publication, perhaps, but for the record. We shall document everything. Blackwood's journal, our discoveries, the fates of the manuscripts he authenticated. We shall place it with his journal in a secure location, perhaps with instructions that it be opened in another few decades, when everyone involved will be truly beyond harm." "A time capsule of sorts," Watson said. "Just as Blackwood's note was a message across time, we shall create another for future historians." "Precisely. And in the meantime we shall pursue what practical justice remains available. We shall work to return the Durham Chronicle if it can be returned. As for the Eleanor letters—" Holmes trailed off, thinking. "I believe I shall write to the current Sir Charles Pemberton, introducing myself as a researcher investigating the provenance of certain medieval manuscripts. I shall be vague but suggestive, hinting at irregularities in how such materials entered the market in the 1860s. If he is a man of integrity, he may choose to investigate his collection's origins. If not, well, we shall have tried." Watson nodded his approval. "It seems a fair balance. pursuing what justice we can achieve while acknowledging the limits imposed by time and circumstance. The afternoon was advancing toward evening, the light taking on that golden quality peculiar to autumn in London. The fire needed tending, and Watson saw to it, building up the coals and adding fresh wood until flames danced cheerfully in the grate. The room warmed, settling into itself like a cat finding the perfect position for sleep. Holmes had returned to his chair and was making notes, his pen moving across the paper with quick strokes. Watson took up Blackwood's journal once more, reading through entries they had not yet examined in detail, the mundane observations of daily life, the small pleasures and minor frustrations that filled any human existence. "You know what strikes me most about Blackwood's story," Watson said after a while. Holmes looked up from his writing. "What is that?" How ordinary it was. He was not a villain or a criminal mastermind. He was simply a man who made a poor choice, and then found himself trapped by the consequences of that choice. He lacked the courage to extricate himself, and he died regretting his weakness. How many lives follow similar patterns, do you suppose? How many people carry similar burdens of quiet guilt? "More than we know," Holmes replied. "Most crime is not the work of master criminals or evil geniuses, Watson. It is the product of ordinary people making selfish choices, rationalizing their behavior, and hoping they will not be caught. Blackwood is remarkable only in that he documented his fall and sought, however imperfectly, to climb back up. There is something almost redemptive in that," Watson mused, "the fact that he tried, that his conscience would not let him rest. Indeed, and that is why we honour his effort by completing what he began. We become, in a sense, the answer to his prayer, the strangers who found his message and had the courage he lacked." Watson smiled slightly, a rather dramatic way of putting it, but accurate nonetheless. Holmes set down his pen and regarded his friend with an expression of unusual openness. "You asked earlier what Blackwood wanted from us. I think he wanted grace, Watson. Not forgiveness exactly, but something like understanding. He wanted someone to know the full truth of what he had done and what he had tried to do about it, and to make that knowledge what they would. We have given him that. We have understood him, and we are choosing to act in the spirit of justice tempered with mercy. Then we have achieved what he hoped for," Watson said. "Whatever happens with the manuscripts, whatever justice may or may not be served, we have at least ensured that Edwin Blackwood's story is known. That seems to me a victory, even a quiet one." Holmes raised his teacup in a small salute. "To quiet victories, then, and to the hope that when our time comes, we shall be remembered with similar charity." Watson touched his cup to Holmes's. "To that," he agreed softly. And in the rooms at 221B Baker Street, as evening settled over London and the lamps were lit against the gathering dark, two men sat in companionable silence, contemplating the mysteries of conscience, the complexities of justice, and the curious ways that the past reached forward to touch the present, asking not for judgment, but for understanding. Outside, the city continued its eternal rhythms, and the building that had sheltered Edwin Blackwood's guilt now sheltered those who sought to honour his incomplete redemption. The walls held their secrets and their memories, patient and enduring, waiting to see what other stories might unfold within their embrace. The days that followed settled into a rhythm of waiting and small tasks, the sort of productive patience that characterised the intervals between dramatic discoveries in their investigative work. Holmes had dispatched his carefully worded letter to the current Sir Charles Pemberton at Pemberton Hall, and now there was nothing to do but wait for a response that might or might not come. The letter to Edinburgh University remained similarly unanswered, though neither man expected swift replies from academic institutions operating at their own deliberate pace. Watson found himself drawn repeatedly to Blackwood's journal during this period, reading and rereading entries as if repetition might reveal meanings that had escaped initial notice. There was something almost hypnotic about immersing himself in the antiquarian's world. The careful descriptions of manuscripts examined, the quiet pleasures of scholarship, the slow corruption of principle that had ultimately poisoned everything Blackwood valued. On Wednesday morning, as autumn rain returned to Baker Street with the persistence of an old friend reclaiming familiar territory, Watson sat by the window reading one of Blackwood's longer entries from early 1867. The passage described a visit to the British Museum to examine their collection of illuminated manuscripts, and Blackwood's prose took on an almost lyrical quality as he detailed the beauty of the work, The jewel-like colours of the inks, the delicate precision of the lettering, the devotion that medieval scribes had poured into their labour. "Listen to this, Holmes," Watson said, reading aloud. "I stood before a psalter created by monks at Lindisfarne in the 8th century, and I felt the weight of those intervening centuries pressing upon me. The hands that formed these letters have been dust for more than 1,000 years, yet their work remains, vital, beautiful, defiant of mortality. This is what we preserve when we honour such objects. Not merely parchment and ink, but the human spirit's refusal to accept oblivion. To steal such things, to traffic in them for mere profit, is to spit upon that devotion, to reduce the sacred to the commercial." Holmes looked up from the chemical experiment that had been occupying his attention at the table, something involving test tubes and compounds that produced an unsettling purple smoke. "Written in January 1867, he observed, several months before he agreed to authenticate the Durham Chronicle. He knew, even then, what such work meant, which makes his subsequent choices all the more tragic. Or all the more human, Watson suggested. He understood the magnitude of what he was doing. He was not blind or ignorant. He simply lacked the strength to refuse when temptation and pressure were applied. The examined sin, Holmes mused. Perhaps that is what made his guilt so unbearable. He could not even claim ignorance as an excuse. The morning post arrived, brought up by Mrs. Hudson along with fresh tea and the news that the butcher had particularly fine lamb chops if the gentleman would care for them at dinner. Holmes sorted through the letters with practised efficiency. Bills, an inquiry from a potential client in Brighton, a note from his brother Mycroft suggesting lunch at the Diogenes Club, and then an envelope bearing the crest of the University of Edinburgh. "Ah," Holmes said, setting aside the other correspondence. "Our Scottish friends have replied with admirable promptness." He opened the envelope with a letter knife, extracting several sheets of heavy paper covered in neat, academic script. Watson abandoned Blackwood's journal and moved to read over Holmes's shoulder as his friend scanned the contents. The letter was from Dr. Alistair McGregor, keeper of special collections at the University Library, and it demonstrated the peculiar combination of helpfulness and caution that characterised academics responding to outside inquiries. Dr. McGregor acknowledged the receipt of Watson's letter, expressed interest in any research that might shed light on the Sinclair Collection's holdings, and provided detailed descriptions of 3 13th century manuscripts that matched the general parameters Watson had outlined. "Here," Holmes said, his finger stopping on the third description. "Item SC 427, Manuscript Chronicle, Latin text, approximately 180 folios, parchment, dated to approximately 1250, Dorias 75 based on paleographic analysis. Content appears to be a chronicle of the court of Henry III, with particular attention to Norman administrative practices. Provenance uncertain, acquired by Malcolm Sinclair in 1867 according to acquisition records, original source not documented. Note: several folios show signs of having been removed at some point in the manuscript's history, suggesting it may be incomplete." Watson felt a small thrill of recognition. That's it, surely. A chronicle of Henry III's court, Norman administrative practices. That matches exactly what Blackwood described in his journal. "It would seem highly probable," Holmes agreed. "The date of Sinclair's acquisition, 1867, corresponds precisely with Blackwood's documentation of the sale, in August of that year. And the note about removed folios is intriguing, possibly evidence of the manuscript's troubled history." He continued reading Dr. McGregor's letter, which concluded with an invitation for serious researchers to examine the collection in person, subject to appropriate scholarly credentials and advance arrangement. Holmes set down the letter with an expression of quiet satisfaction. "We have found it, Watson. The Durham Chronicle, stolen in 1844, sold through Blackwood's authentication in 1867, now residing peacefully in a university library where scholars may consult it, entirely unaware of its origins." "So now we write to Durham Cathedral," Watson said. "Inform them of its location and let them decide what, if anything, they wish to do about it." "Precisely." Holmes rose and moved to his desk, pulling out fresh writing paper. "Though I think you should compose this letter as well, Watson. Your narrative gifts will serve us better than my more analytical style. We must be tactful, informing them of a theft that occurred 45 years ago, providing evidence from a dead man's journal, suggesting they might wish to investigate a manuscript now held by a respectable institution, It requires delicacy. Watson settled at the desk and began drafting, while Holmes returned to his chemical experiment, which had progressed to producing a smell reminiscent of burning rubber mixed with old fish. After 3 attempts and considerable revision, Watson produced a letter that struck the proper balance between information and tact. He addressed it to the Dean of Durham Cathedral, explained that he was a researcher investigating the history of medieval manuscript collections, and noted that his investigations had uncovered information suggesting a chronicle stolen from Durham in 1844 might now be identifiable as item SC 427 in the Sinclair collection at Edinburgh University. He included relevant excerpts from Blackwood's journal, enough to establish the chain of evidence without revealing every detail of the antiquarian's moral struggle. He concluded by expressing the hope that this information might prove useful in Durham's own historical records and offering to provide additional documentation should they desire it. "Well done," Holmes said, reviewing the finished letter. "Informative without being accusatory, detailed without overwhelming. They may choose to ignore it, of course, or to investigate and decide the matter is too complex to pursue after so much time, but we will have fulfilled our obligation to inform them. The rest becomes their decision." The letter was posted that afternoon, joining the others they had sent in pursuit of Blackwood's incomplete justice. And then, once again, there was nothing to do but wait. The days passed in that peculiar mixture of activity and stillness that characterized Baker Street when no pressing case demanded immediate attention. Holmes occupied himself with his chemical experiments, his violin, and the occasional consultation with Scotland Yard on matters that Watson gathered were either too trivial or too tedious to merit his own full attention. Watson caught up on his medical reading, wrote up notes on several of Holmes's previous cases, and spent considerable time simply sitting by the window watching London perform its daily theatre. On Friday afternoon, the second reply arrived, this one from Pemberton Hall in Hampshire, bearing a baronet's crest and written on heavy paper that spoke of old money and older tradition. Holmes opened it with visible curiosity, and Watson watched his friend's face as he read, seeing expressions flicker across those sharp features, surprise, interest, and something that might have been respected. "Well," Holmes said at length, "this is unexpected. What does he say?" Holmes read aloud. "Mr. Holmes, your letter regarding irregularities in the provenance of certain medieval manuscripts acquired in the 1860s has arrived at a fortuitous moment. I have recently undertaken a complete cataloguing and authentication of my father's collection, and your inquiry has prompted me to examine more closely several items whose acquisition records are, shall we say, less than comprehensive. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this matter with you in person, as I suspect we may have information of mutual interest. Would you be amenable to visiting Pemberton Hall at your earliest convenience? I am at liberty most days, and can arrange accommodation if an overnight stay would be more practical than a day trip. Yours sincerely, Sir Charles Pemberton." Watson stared at his friend. He wants to discuss it? He's not offended or defensive. Apparently not. Rather, he seems to share our interest in establishing the truth. Holmes set down the letter, his expression thoughtful. "This suggests a man of integrity, Watson. He could have ignored our inquiry, dismissed it as the meddling of outsiders. Instead, he acknowledges the possibility of irregularities in his inherited collection and invites us to help him investigate. When shall we go?" "Tomorrow, I think. The investigation is reaching its natural conclusion, and I confess I'm curious to meet the current Sir Charles. Also, I would very much like to see whether the Eleanor letters are indeed part of the Pemberton collection, and if so, what can be learned about how they came to be there." The next morning found them at Waterloo Station, boarding a train for Hampshire through a grey dawn that promised rain but had not yet delivered on the threat. The journey took 2 hours through countryside that gradually transformed from London's suburban sprawl into proper agricultural land, fields marked by hedgerows, villages clustered around ancient churches, the occasional manor house visible in the distance among its protecting trees. Pemberton Hall announced itself long before they reached it, visible from the train as a substantial Elizabethan structure of warm brick and mullioned windows, set in parkland that rolled away in careful landscaping toward wooded hills beyond. A carriage met them at the station. Sir Charles had been informed of their arrival time and had sent transport, and they drove through the estate's main gates beneath an arch topped with the family crest. The house itself was magnificent without being ostentatious, its architecture speaking of wealth accumulated over generations rather than sudden fortune. Ivy climbed one wall in neat profusion, and the windows gleamed with the peculiar clarity that comes from having been cleaned by generations of careful servants. Sir Charles Pemberton himself met them in the entrance hall, and Watson's first impression was of a man perhaps 40 years old, tall and lean, with the sort of weathered handsomeness that comes from active outdoor life. His grip was firm as he shook their hands, and his eyes, grey and direct, suggested intelligence and candour. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, welcome to Pemberton Hall. I hope your journey was pleasant." His accent was educated, but retained hints of the Hampshire countryside, suggesting a man comfortable with his roots despite his aristocratic station. "Very pleasant, thank you," Holmes replied, "and we are grateful for your invitation. Your willingness to discuss these matters is commendable." Sir Charles smiled slightly. "I suspect that compliment may be premature. You may find me less commendable once you learn what I have discovered in my father's collection. But come, let us take tea first, and then I shall show you what prompted me to respond to your letter with such alacrity." He led them through panelled corridors hung with portraits of Pemberton ancestors, into a comfortable library where a fire burned cheerfully, and tea had been laid out on a table by the windows. The room was lined floor to ceiling with books, and Watson's practised eye noted that they were arranged not merely for show, but for use. The spines showed wear, and scholarly journals were piled on various surfaces. Over tea, Sir Charles explained his situation. He had inherited the estate and collection 5 years earlier, upon his father's death in 1889. The elder Sir Charles had been, as Holmes's inquiries had already established, a passionate collector of medieval manuscripts and correspondence. "My father's enthusiasm sometimes exceeded his scruples," Sir Charles said with remarkable frankness. "I loved him, but I was not blind to his faults. He wanted to possess beautiful and historically significant objects, and he was not always particular about how those objects came into his possession. I discovered this gradually as I began properly cataloguing the collection after his death." "You found items of questionable provenance?" Holmes prompted gently. "I found items of no provenance whatsoever," Sir Charles corrected. "Manuscripts and letters acquired through private sale, with no documentation of their origins beyond the word of dealers and intermediaries. Some of these may have been acquired legitimately, of course, but others—" He set down his teacup with a small clink. "Your letter mentioned irregularities in 1860s acquisitions. That was the period of my father's most aggressive collecting. He had recently inherited money from a maternal uncle, and was determined to build a collection that would rival those of the great institutions." Watson found himself warming to the young baronet's honesty. It could not be easy to acknowledge one's father's ethical failings, particularly to strangers inquiring into old mysteries. "Among the items I have been most concerned about," Sir Charles continued, "is a collection of letters said to be written by Eleanor of Aquitaine. They came into my father's possession in the spring of 1868, purchased through private sale for what was even then a substantial sum, nearly £300. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. The date and description matched perfectly with Blackwood's journal entries. "Were the letters authenticated?" Holmes asked. "Yes, by a scholar named Edwin Blackwood, who was apparently considered quite reputable in the antiquarian trade. His certification of authenticity is filed with the letters." Sir Charles rose. "Would you like to see them?" He led them deeper into the library, to a section where glass-fronted cabinets housed the collection's most valuable items. From one of these he removed a leather portfolio and carried it to a large table. With careful hands he opened it to reveal a series of letters written in medieval script on parchment that had aged to a golden brown. Holmes bent over them immediately, producing his lens and examining them with the focused intensity Watson knew so well. After several minutes of silent scrutiny, he straightened. "The parchment appears genuinely medieval," he said. "The ink is consistent with 12th century formulations. The script style matches known examples of Eleanor's hand. These are either authentic or extraordinarily skilled forgeries." "That is precisely my conclusion," Sir Charles agreed. "Which brings us to the fundamental question. If they are authentic, how did they leave whatever archive or collection originally housed them? Eleanor's correspondence would have been treasured by her descendants, preserved in royal or ecclesiastical archives. They should not have been available for private purchase in 1868. "You suspect they were stolen?" Watson said. "I suspect they were stolen," Sir Charles confirmed, "though from where I cannot determine. I have written to various institutions that might have held such materials, the royal archives, the libraries of cathedrals Eleanor patronised, and academic collections in France and England. No one has reported such a theft, but that proves nothing. Institutions are sometimes reluctant to publicise their losses. Holmes was still examining the letters, his expression distant. Your uncle, Dr. William Pemberton, was Edwin Blackwood's physician, I believe, during Blackwood's final illness in the autumn of 1868. Sir Charles looked surprised. Yes, that's correct. How did you know? It is mentioned in Blackwood's journal, which has come into our possession, Holmes explained. The journal documents his involvement in authenticating manuscripts of questionable provenance, including these Eleanor letters. He expressed considerable guilt about his role in such transactions. Do you think my uncle facilitated the sale to my father? Sir Charles asked directly. That he used his position as Blackwood's physician to gain access to information about valuable manuscripts? We have no direct evidence of that, Holmes replied carefully. But the timing is suggestive. Blackwood authenticated the letters in the spring of 1868, fell ill in the autumn, and died in November. Your father acquired the letters during this period. Your uncle attended Blackwood during his illness. The connections exist, though what they mean precisely we cannot say with certainty. Sir Charles moved to the window, looking out at the parkland beyond. The threatened rain had finally arrived, falling in soft sheets across the manicured lawns. For a long moment he was silent, and Watson sensed the struggle within him, the desire to defend his family's honour warring with the commitment to truth that had prompted him to invite them here. My uncle died in 1885, Sir Charles said at last. I cannot ask him about this, cannot hear his version of events, but I can acknowledge that what you suggest is plausible. My father was ambitious in his collecting, and my uncle knew of his interests. If Blackwood mentioned valuable manuscripts in the delirium of his illness, or if papers in his possession came to my uncle's attention during medical attendance, he turned to face them. It would not have been theft exactly, but it would not have been honourable either. No, Holmes agreed quietly, it would not. The rain continued its soft percussion against the windows, and somewhere in the house a clock chimed the hour. Watson found himself thinking of Blackwood in his final days, weakened by illness, attended by a physician who may have been paying as much attention to what could be acquired from the dying man's estate as to what might be done to save his life. It was an ugly thought, but the world was often ugly in small ways that never made their way into legal proceedings or public scandals. So what do we do now? Sir Charles asked, returning to the table where the Eleanor letters lay. If these were stolen, and I believe they probably were, what is the proper course of action? That, Holmes said, is precisely the question we have been wrestling with. The original theft, if there was one, occurred decades ago. The thief is unknown and likely dead. The intermediaries who brought the letters to market are similarly beyond reach. You acquired them in good faith, through your father, who may or may not have known of their problematic origins. But they should be returned to their rightful owners, Sir Charles said firmly. Should they not? In principle, yes. In practice, we face the challenge of identifying those rightful owners. You have written to various institutions without finding any that claim them as stolen property. Sir Charles nodded slowly. Then what would you suggest? Holmes considered for a moment before responding. I would suggest making the letters available for scholarly study while continuing to investigate their provenance. Place them on loan to a reputable institution, perhaps the British Library or the Bodleian, where they can be properly studied and catalogued. Include in the loan agreement full disclosure of your concerns about their origins. Invite researchers to examine them and publish findings. Make no claim of absolute ownership, but rather position yourself as a steward, seeking to preserve them while their true history is established. And if, through such research, their rightful owners are eventually identified, then you return them immediately without a claim for compensation or recognition. You acknowledge your family's role in their circulation and make what amends are possible. Sir Charles was quiet for a long moment, his hand resting lightly on the portfolio containing the letters. When he spoke, his voice was firm. I will do as you suggest. The letters will be placed on loan to the British Library within the month, with full documentation of my concerns, and if their rightful home is ever identified, they will be returned without hesitation. He looked at Holmes and Watson with an expression of gratitude. Thank you, gentlemen. You have helped me find a path through a situation I have struggled with for some time. They stayed for lunch, during which Sir Charles asked searching questions about Blackwood's journal, and the antiquarian's final months. Watson found himself sharing the story with more emotion than he had anticipated, moved by the young baronet's genuine interest in understanding the full human dimension of the situation. Before they departed, Sir Charles showed them the rest of his father's collection, pointing out other items whose provenance troubled him. Holmes offered advice on how various questions might be investigated, suggesting scholars who could provide expert opinions, archives that might contain relevant records. It was clear that Sir Charles was committed to addressing his inherited collection's problematic aspects, whatever discomfort that might cause. The journey back to London felt like a return from a different world. The train carried them through the darkening afternoon, the countryside giving way gradually to suburbs and then to the dense urban fabric of the capital. They spoke little during the trip, each man occupied with his own thoughts about what they had learned and what it meant. Back at Baker Street they found the rooms welcoming and familiar, the fire laid ready for lighting, Mrs. Hudson's signature of domestic care. Holmes lit the gas lamps while Watson saw to the fire, and soon the sitting room had resumed its accustomed character, a place of refuge and contemplation, a space where mysteries were unravelled and justice pursued in whatever forms it might take. "We have done what we could," Watson said, settling into his chair with a sense of completion. "The Durham Chronicle will be investigated and likely returned. The Eleanor letters will be studied, their origins researched, and eventually, perhaps, they too will find their way home. We cannot undo what Blackwood did, cannot restore the innocence he compromised. But we have honoured his final attempt at atonement." Holmes nodded, standing by the mantelpiece and looking up at the painting that still hung where it always had, concealing once more the empty panel behind it. "We have served as executors of his conscience, completing the work he began in that hidden note. It is a strange sort of case, Watson, one with no villain to catch, no dramatic revelation, no clear resolution, merely the slow pursuit of truth across the gulf of years." "And yet satisfying in its way," Watson observed. "We have helped a good man, Sir Charles, address the ethical complications of his inheritance. We have given a dead man, Blackwood, the absolution of being understood, if not forgiven. And we have demonstrated that justice, however delayed and however imperfect, can still be pursued when conscience demands it." Holmes turned from the mantelpiece, his expression thoughtful. "You will write this up, I presume? Add it to your collection of my cases?" "I will write it up," Watson confirmed, "though perhaps not for immediate publication. The story feels too personal, too raw. I think I shall seal it away, much as Blackwood sealed his note, to be opened at some future date when everyone involved has passed beyond hurt or judgment." "A case file is a time capsule," Holmes said with a slight smile. "I approve. And the journal itself?" "We should return it to the panel, I think," Watson suggested. "Not to hide it, but to complete the circle. Blackwood left a message for us. We have received it and acted upon it. Now we leave our own message for whoever might next discover that hidden space. Documentation of what we found and what we did about it." Holmes considered this and nodded. "Yes, that feels right." Together they carefully replaced Blackwood's journal in the panel behind the painting, along with copies of the letters they had sent to Edinburgh and Durham, Sir Charles Pemberton's response, and Watson's detailed account of their investigation. Holmes had added his own notes as well, dates, facts, conclusions, the sort of precise documentation he always maintained. When everything was secured, Holmes closed the panel with a soft click and adjusted the painting to hang perfectly straight. "There," he said, "as it was, and as it should be. The walls hold their secrets still, but now those secrets include our efforts as well as Blackwood's failures." Watson stood beside his friend, looking at the now unremarkable painting of the Sussex Downs. Who would next discover that hidden space? What mysteries would they be pursuing? What justice would they seek? The questions were unanswerable, and perhaps that was appropriate. Some things were meant to remain uncertain, open to the future's unfolding. Outside, evening had fully arrived, and Baker Street had lit its lamps against the darkness. The city breathed and moved in its eternal rhythms. People going home from work, theatres opening their doors, restaurants filling with diners, the great organism of London continuing its complex life. Inside 221B, Holmes and Watson settled into their familiar evening routine. Holmes took up his violin, drawing from it a melody that was melancholy but not sad, contemplative but not grim. Watson opened a book but found himself simply listening, watching the firelight play across the walls, feeling the comfort of the familiar space around him. They had solved the mystery of the crooked picture frame, had followed the threads of guilt and conscience across nearly 3 decades, had pursued such justice as remained achievable when the guilty were dead and the victims long past caring. It was not the tidy resolution that Watson usually chronicled in his accounts of Holmes's cases. There had been no dramatic confrontation, no brilliant deduction that laid bare a criminal scheme, no satisfaction of seeing wrongdoers brought to account. But there had been something else, something perhaps more valuable in its quiet way. There had been understanding and compassion, and the acknowledgement that human beings were fallible, creatures who sometimes failed to live up to their own ideals. There had been the recognition that justice was not always punishment, that sometimes it consisted merely of ensuring that truth was preserved, and that those who tried, however imperfectly, to make amends were honoured for the trying. Edwin Blackwood had lived and died in these rooms, had struggled with his conscience here, had hidden his confession in the wall hoping someone would find it and complete what he could not. They had found it, they had understood it, and they had done what could be done. His story was now part of the building's story, woven into the fabric of 221B Baker Street, alongside all the other human dramas that had unfolded within these walls, and someday, Watson thought, their own story would become part of that fabric as well. Future tenants would live and work and struggle in these rooms, unaware of the detectives who had once occupied them, just as Watson and Holmes had been unaware of Blackwood until a crooked picture frame had revealed his hidden truth. The thought was not melancholy, but oddly comforting. They were all temporary stewards of the spaces they inhabited, all participants in the long conversation that human beings conducted across time. Each generation left its marks, its stories, its small attempts at justice and redemption, and then passed on, trusting that those who came after would carry the work forward in whatever ways seemed right to them. Holmes's violin fell silent, and he set the instrument aside with a contented sigh. "That's better," he said. "Music has a way of settling the mind after complex cases. It reminds us that not everything can be solved with logic and deduction. Some things must simply be felt and accepted." Watson closed his book. "Shall we have dinner? Mrs. Hudson mentioned something about lamb chops." An excellent suggestion, and perhaps afterward we might simply sit by the fire and enjoy the evening. We have earned a rest, I think, from the pursuit of justice across the decades. They descended to dinner, leaving the sitting room to its quietness and its secrets. The painting hung straight above the mantelpiece, concealing its hidden panel and the messages it contained. The fire burned low in the grate, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and outside London continued its eternal dance, holding close its millions of stories, its countless small dramas of human choice and consequence, conscience and redemption. The case of the crooked picture frame was closed, its mysteries understood if not entirely resolved, its pursuit of justice completed as fully as time and circumstance allowed. And in the rooms at 221B Baker Street, peace settled once more, the piece of work completed, of understanding achieved, of small mercies extended across the gulf of years to a man who had tried, at the end, to be better than his choices had allowed. The walls remembered, the building endured, and the conversation across time continued, whispered in the creaking of old wood and the settling of ancient brick, a dialogue between generations about guilt and grace, failure and forgiveness, the endless human struggle to live with integrity in a complicated world. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the lantern glow of Shanghai, the ocean breeze of Cancun, the quiet charm of Edinburgh, or the starlit rooftops of Florence? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night cradle you. Let your dreams drift gently where the world grows soft. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.